Eh. I literally have a collection of plastic down here that is enough to form its own bottle. How annoying this bullshit is. Oh, that's good. Nice and cold. Nice and cold. Let's jump into writing, shall we? No faff. No faff at all. Let's see what we need to have open here. NPC potion needs, NPC data. And we will start with... We'll start with Thief 1. Or no, I'm sorry, 2A. The reason being, wherever it is here. Early today, what, like 3 minutes? The reason is... I want to just trim this up to make it sound a bit better. Oh, also we need to adjust Thief 1, because I just wanted to mention the bandits pretty early. Some reviews and bugs from Outlaws. Oh boy, I can't wait, yeah. Same. I do wish that it didn't coincide so perfectly with me needing to prepare this build, because I'd play it right now, but I think I'm going to take a bit of a break after I get this build out and do some game stuff. Start on Monday. Maybe the weekend. It just depends. Maybe the weekend. We'll see. I have to see if it even runs on this computer. Because it might not. It might only run at home. Oh, Saturday gonna be gone all day. I might have to do Saturday, I don't know. Potion, poison. Yeah, I want to make sure too that I specifically mentioned poison instead of potion. So put a response here for if the player did not know about the secondary needs for the potion here. So we'll do false. I figured it, or thought it might make it easier. Whatever you were wanting to kill wasn't able to fight back at all. As easy as farting into the breeze. Human. Thanks to that, I learned where that bastard hid my gold. Okay, beautiful. Let's delete the flavor responses from Thief 1. We don't need those. Yeah, that looks good now. And then, like I said, I'll just trim up the mention of potion and change it to poison wherever I do that. Just for consistency's sake. Okay. That'll work. Poisons you made me really the trick. Okay. Fine. Everything else I think is okay on this dialogue that I can think about. So Thief 1 and Thief 2A should be fine. I'll keep 2A open because we'll probably need to go through it for 2B, 2C, and 2D. 2C is the one where he just comes back to berate you, so I won't have it on that. So 2C is okay. Let's make a note of this too. 1, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 3A, 3B, 4, 5. I think those are the 10 encounters you have, yeah. So 1 and 2A are okay, 2C is fine. I don't think he would have a response on number 6. Right? Because I think one of them is this, just that he comes back. He didn't want a potion before. He just comes back to tell you something. Unless I'm mistaken. This is where he tells you about the race. So that one might have it. Six probably wouldn't have it, because this is just where he talks about his wife and kid. His pawn shop. Give your final goodbyes. Nothing crazy. So 6 shouldn't need any work. So we just need to touch on 2B, 2D, 3A, 3B, 4, and 5. As far as I can tell. Well, no, not 4. Because in 3A and 3B he doesn't ask for a potion, so 4 is also okay. So we just have 5 to touch up. And I do have it in the stream title, but I might play some old school RuneScape today. Because a new boss is coming out. Big spider boss. And I kind of want to see if we can get any of its loot. Sell it off for a shit ton of money. So we'll see. It all depends on how much we get done today. Okay, what does he ask for in 2B? Or this would actually be in his response to Thief 1. So it'd be pretty similar to 2A. 2B is what happens if you don't provide the paralysis poison. Okay, so it'll be similar responses, but he'll be a bit more subdued or a bit more sad. Because he couldn't find out where his gold was stored, right? Interestingly, though, we have the same main potion effect responses. So what we would have to do that would be different would be these responses here. Okay, can be done. Yeah, we might want to change this. NPC again. Build extra potion responses. They took our gold. How do we restructure this? Human, I am not very happy. Poison you gave me, the one I asked for. At least that definitely worked. And we'll have that build the responses. Make sure we hook it up properly. Counter, Thief 1, Potion type, main. We can also do secondary potion responses too. That is something we can hook up. We'll start with the main potions though. Copy conditions. We'll also do the trigger tutorial stage, speak to NPC again. Trigger tutorial. Talk with NPC, right? Speak to NPC again. Wrong one. So he'll say that. I think we'll have responses for that based on what you put in, because we don't know yet what I want the. But we do know what we want to respond to. It's gonna be the same as Thief 2A, just slightly different. We can then have the responses to the second potion. Hey, Lazarla. We'll disconnect. How do we lead into this? Well, let's just write these responses first. I'm just gonna copy this shit out of them here. Unfortunately, I can't copy and paste the dialogue notes themselves, so we have to copy things individually. It is what it is. Condition, provided effect, encounter, Thief 1, effect to check, E, fortify, lock. Don't care about tier. No effect comparator. Main potion. Yeah. That's good. We're gonna want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 10 more. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a lot of responses, isn't it? Fortify health and invisibility. I feel like there are just so many games I want to play on stream, and finding the time to do this is just terrible. I keep thinking, like, I'm listening to Terraria, I'm like, shit, I remember I want to play Terraria Calamity on stream. I've never played it. It looks really awesome. It's like, oh, Calamity. It makes me think of Stalker. It's like, oh shit, Stalker 2's coming out, which means I'm gonna have to play. I want to play Stalker Gamma on stream in preparation for Stalker 2. Fuck. It's just there's no time. That and most people watching me are watching me for the game dev, right? So if I take too much time to play games, you know, not the greatest. Pick up with stuff to make for a friend's stream giveaway. The themes are Halloween and Pokemon. All I have so far are the Kanto Gym badges 3D printed in spooky colors. What kind of things can you do? So you could print spooky Pokemon in Halloween colors, like some of the ghost types or something. Haunter and Ghastly. Watch you for the fun conversations. The controversial ones, the ones that'll get me canceled. Main materials are 3D printing and crochet. My fiance's trying to learn crochet. You know, I've tried to go on to some, like, haberdasheries around town, but they don't, like, sell... I don't know if they're, like, books or, like, patterns like there are for knitting that you can use for crochet. I don't know. All the haberdasheries I go to, they just sell, you know, they sell the wool books. It's like, well, that doesn't really help you learn, right? I want like some patterns or something. I don't know. Yeah, she's been doing some of the YouTube tutorials. I think those have helped a bit. I think I just gotta look online for some stuff. So there are patterns. False. Okay, let's fill these out. Let's fill these out. Let's get them hooked up to responses. And maybe we'll have some responses for secondary potions. I don't even know. Can we detect even if the player did provide a secondary potion? Like, you have to provide a main potion. But if we check for secondary potions... Well, I guess you would just... Well, I don't know. We could make a separate event to check if a secondary potion was even provided. Hey Slavical, how you doing? Good to see you. Barnes & Noble, my city, even a shelf for crochet and knitting books. I'll try to check some of the bookstores. Probably do that today, maybe. It's pretty warm today, though. I think I catch you at the beginning of the stream, that's true, yeah. You did. Now I just have to wake up a bit. Thank God, it's gonna be hot all week. Fuck. My office doesn't have air conditioning. And I have 2 computers running in here. It's only 3:20 a.m. here. Oh, so you're in Central Standard Time? I think 6 hours? Central Standard? EST. Eastern. Central 7. Okay. I always get those messed up. You have COVID and you can't sleep. Shit, dude. Sorry to hear that. They're just making you like cough or... Pretty sure I had it earlier this year. I got pretty damn sick. The 3D printing stuff is that you need a model, and there usually isn't one even close to what you want. Someone like me who has very basic modeling skills, I would need to commission someone to make them for me. I'd be broke though. What would be an easy Halloween Pokemon? I was thinking like a Ghastly. You might be able to make. In some Halloween colors. That's just a ball. That could be done, right? There's really no Pokemon 3... No, dude, there's got to be a collection of Pokemon 3D models. There's this site that seems to have them. It print like a Zubat. They're kind of just T-posing though. Haunter kind of works though. Although I don't know how you'd attach the hands. You just have the hands floating around. Or Gengar. T-posing. Oh, you need a specific file type? You might be able to convert file types, though. What file type is needed for 3D printing? Second time having this one is just weird. First time it felt like having a really bad cold. This one, though, had a sore throat for one day, stuffy nose, insomnia. Jesus. It tastes like grape Robitussin. What the fuck, dude? That's wild. I had it and it gave me 3 pretty large canker sores on the back of my throat. I didn't even know you could get canker sores there, and that was not great. You need STL? I mean, can you convert from like FBX to STL? You should be able to, or OBJ. Cankers? Yeah, I got canker sores in the back of my throat. So it's like even swallowing anything, even my own spit, and then I was coughing, and that was making it hurt too. And I had a sore throat because of all that shit. That was terrible. That was terrible. Your model types always goes wrong for me. If you can bring STL files into Blender, you should be able to export them to... Or if you can bring... I don't know, if Blender can export to STL, then you should be able to import those models and push them off. Programming question, ready? Go for it. Cheap viewers? No, I want expensive viewers. Only expensive. Top shelf. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Nobody ever comes in here with design questions, lazy fangs. I think like, I would say 90% of the people that stream game dev, 80% at least, on game dev, Twitch, are programmers. You can still ask it. You guys have asked them, but it's because you know that I'm a designer. But I'm saying like they're just the random people who come in. Usually when they're coming in to ask a question, it's about something with programming. It's never about game design. We don't count Lazarla. Yeah, women aren't counted on the stream. Women are counted as 3/5 of a person. Man, that was sexist and referenced slavery. That was a double whammy for all the people who want to cancel me. Literally the Antichrist here. But no, you can ask your programming questions. I mean, there might be some stuff that I would know, but I'm not an expert, so go for it. But if you want to talk like game design, catch me in some weird loops of things that can't be solved. That's pretty fun too. Man, I do like this desk I have. The mat on top of it is waterproof. It's pretty nice. Did we copy the responses? That should maybe too technical. I mean, go for it. Like, if I don't know it, maybe Lazy Fangs does, or maybe somebody else watching. And it'll give me the chance to learn something, right? If somebody else knows the answer. It's Unreal. Yeah, if it's not Unreal, maybe I would know it. I don't know. Let's make a narrative event to even check if we provided a secondary potion. That should be a pretty easy one to make. No, a condition. Sorry, not an event. Condition. Narrative condition. Provided secondary potions. I bet it's too good for a human with boobs. We should all sleep on bricks and wreck the building like all women do anyway. Oh my god. I think about learning Godot and it scares me. I don't want to learn a whole new language. Can't you use C# for Godot? Or is Godot something else? No, Godot uses GD script, doesn't it? But GD script is based on something else, right? We're gonna play the greatest Star Wars game ever made soon. Shut the fuck up. How you doing, Katsugoto? You can tell I watched a Wreck-It Ralph video essay. I watch a lot of video essays. Be chivalrous and offer myself a sleeping bag to any downtrodden human with boobs. You're so fucking thirsty, man. You're so thirsty, you have a negative riz. Class A have a private variable. I want Class B to modify the private variable in Class A, but I only want Class B to be able to modify it, so I'm hesitant to make a public setter in Class A because doing so would, in theory, allow anyone to modify the private variable. How would you solve this? Why does the private variable in Class A have to be private? Or why can't all of it be within the same class? If you want, like... Oh, it's because of the whole class. Okay. What is Class A and Class B in this case? Like, what are the... Why does it need to be a private variable? Private Class A manages instances of Class B. So couldn't it be like a subclass? Like you could parent. That way you could modify it. Okay, check condition. We want to input a encounter to check. I think that's about it. Dialogue. Class reference. Counter to check. I think it's provided. Wait, get provided effect. But there should be a potion map. I did it yesterday. It's in my game instance somewhere. Potions provided. Yeah. We're gonna break this. We're gonna see if the encounters are equal. And if they are, we will. We'll just check if there's a valid index here. Promote to local variable for B found secondary potions. Found secondary potion. Why do you have so many points? Class A is an actor component that manages... I'm trying to help Slavical. I'm trying. Class A is an actor component that manages all the actions for an actor. Similar to Epic's.js, I add and remove gameplay tags to keep track of the different states for all the actions. The private variable Class A is actually the gameplay tag container in the component, and Class B is the action class. I hate you guys. Why does it sound like you wouldn't want in Class A the action manager component needs functions to add or remove tags? Yeah, you could, yeah, Lazy Fing's right. You could add a function to add or remove components and then just call the function from Class B, right? Or use a global function to communicate between the two. Or if it's, I don't know if you're working in Unreal, you just said it works similarly to Epic's.js. You could have a blueprint interface, but I doubt that you're using that. Not out of points is a tactical. I'll just raise the price. Don't tempt me. But then in theory, anyone could add or remove tags. But by anyone, you mean any class could. But realistically, that would be a bug then if somebody does that, right? As somebody who knows anything about programming, correct me if I'm wrong, but you make something private for like security purposes within your system, so that you know that you're not going to modify it outside of that class. But at the same time, if you make it public and just don't modify it outside of that class, you're not going to have a bug too, right? Okay, this narrative condition should work. It just checks if we provided a secondary potion at all. So that way, if I want to jump into having responses for the secondary potion, I can first check, hey, did the player actually provide a secondary potion? Otherwise, we're just jumping into an empty node, right? Another function have to pass an instance of class B as a parameter, then you can make sure only B can call it. A has a container that B needs to put shit into. Yeah, like an array or something, right? If it's an array of tags. Plus, you also need relying coders knowing what they're doing. Can't make 100% bulletproof code. That's true. Yeah. But I think in this case, you could just, if there's no other way around it, just make the class, you just make the variable public and just modify it, right? I'm pretty sure all of my variables are, for the most part, public. I just am, I'm careful with when I modify them and where I modify them. 90% of the time. Everything public for prototypes is fine, that's true. I still think the more proper solution is just having a function that you call. With just like 2 input arrays of tags to add, tags to remove. Okay, let's put these responses in. I think we had these hooked up like this. Screenshotting this so I know how to beat the game. That is something that I worry about. Like for when we do start writing out the actual full characters. Number one, it won't be me doing it, but I probably won't have the narrative team stream any of that, just for purposes of, making sure we don't spoil certain things about the characters. CEO limiting employee rights. Just yeah, the God-given right to stream. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. It's a constitutional right. You guys are wild. I mean, they probably could do some streams, but we'll see. It depends how we release the game. If we do early access and they're like fixing up some stuff of characters that are already known, maybe, but they would then potentially be spoiling choices that get saved for later down the line, and that could be a little unfortunate. Oh, there's a typo here. Streams would be audio only. If you don't release the game, then it'll be more valuable. Well, let's not talk about not releasing the game. Let's pretend the game will get released. Mosaic sensor on the stream. Choose I only want actions to modify the container on the action manager component, hence why I was hesitant to make it a public setter. If I add a parameter to the public setter that takes in a pointer to the action, then it enforces the design thought that only actions can modify the container on the action manager component. I know at least the way that like Unreal handles it is that components can store variables, but if something wants to modify that component's variables, it just does it does that through a function. I don't know if that's the proper way to do it or not, but you can buy it if you release it, but if you keep it to yourself, you can be the only Cauldron Chronicle player. I can be the Cauldron and the Chronicle. Look at me. I am the Cauldron now. But dear, the main potion was helpful, at least. Well, in this case, 2B is where you didn't provide the paralysis poison, but you may not have known that he didn't that he wanted the paralysis poison. So we need to assume that the player. Well, we can know if the player learned about it, so we can have separate. Yeah, we can specifically say, did we know about these secondary potion needs? Are you prototyping the thief? Yes. Yeah. We have all of his dialogue written. We're just expanding it with some more reaction to the player's choices. But dear, the poison was helpful. At least this is where we wouldn't know about the secondary potion needs. What happened after that, though? And if we know about the secondary potion needs, but you didn't provide it, because that's the only way that you could have gotten 2B is if you didn't provide it. Or I think if the... No, it would still require paralysis tier 1. So this means that you knew that he wanted a paralysis poison, but you didn't provide it. Forgot to provide the paralysis poison you wanted. Forgot. Purpose or accident or on accident. We'll allow the player to say that he sabotaged. Maybe you purposefully did it. Why do Discord notifications not show up on screen? Where? On my screen? Or on your screen? I have Do Not Disturb turned on, and I have Streamer Mode turned on too. My Corruptor Guy's stream, by the way, he's got your Discord account for some reason. That's my account, Serene. Maester Sylvia was me. Sorry I didn't get back to you last night, by the way. I was very busy with something. This whole week has just been a mess. I'm hoping that we can finish with this stuff too, because I have to write a whole document about our company's future plans for the publisher. Like, where do we see Cauldron Chronicles going in the future? What's the legacy here? It's actually kind of a fun document to write, but it will take some time. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Chronicles will be the next Among Us. It's going to be free or paid. It will be a paid game. It will be a premium game. But there will be no microtransactions, loot boxes, NFTs, paid, like pay for convenience DLCs. Day 1 DLCs, none of that shit. You buy it once, you get the game. Totally playable offline. No extra DRM. No battle passes. And we will be pricing it ethically too. Depending on how much content gets put in, you know, it's like this could be anywhere between $20 to $40 for sale. It really just depends what the price was and how much we expect to sell and things like that. So I really would not want to see this over $40 though. I was hoping you would die if I didn't provide that poison. That's right, Spoon. Filthy human. Should have known not to trust you. Wait. I was just kidding, Spoon. Seriously, I'm sorry. I forgot about the poison. Just messing with you. And this will be the... No, fuck you, Spoon. Get out of my forest. Get out of my swamp, donkey. Get out of my forest, filthy goblin. Spoon stabs you the end. It's nature's forest, not yours, filthy human. Humans are a part of nature, filthy, dumb goblin. Well, I wish you weren't. Someone is projecting. I like these little moments of you can just have this insult battle with Spoon at the most random moments. And you can do this like 3 or 4 times throughout his whole dialogue. Just immediately just jump to this insult battle. And it's so stupid and immature. Did you make this dialogue plugin? No, I wish I did. We bought it. Saves me a lot of time. Actually, I did make a dialogue system before this that worked in very similar ways. It didn't have the visual aspect to it, right? It didn't have the visual editor. So I would have to do all this through a fucking data file, which was not great. It was very, very easy to cause bugs with that. I can do italics in the rich text, right? notification. Get out of here. Do my sound still work? Hold on. Sounds. No, I don't have them. Shame, I gotta get those fixed again. Does this look really pretty? Is this plugin called Narrative? Yes, it is Narrative 3. Hold on, where's my rich text? Engine, plugins. Narrative 3, UI, widgets. Current dialogue line, rich text, show it to me. Yeah, we do have italic, okay. Is that the right way to format the rich text? Yeah, that's the right way. Due to create the Symptoms game? Yes, exactly. Made Skyrim and GTA in 1 week apiece? Yeah. It's wild. It's a really good plugin. Very much worth the money. And we're only scratching the surface with what it can do. We haven't even hooked up any lines to it or synced up any captures, done anything with camera angles. Filthy, stupid human. Get out before I throw a stink potion on you. Oh wait. That wouldn't do anything because you're already a stupid, stinky goblin. That's it. I'm out of here. About time. This is so stupid. What is this? Ends encounter. Saves choice. And we need to save thief wants to do business as false. I don't know why I write this sometimes. This isn't even the most ridiculous arguing match you can get into with Spoon. You can get into an argument with him about math. That one's pretty fun. I like that one. Little heartstrings. So soon. After my failure. That's cruel, human. I'll believe you for now. But please be more careful in the future. Okay, we need to lead into the secondary potion now, but first we need to check, did the player actually provide a secondary potion? So we need to do a couple of tests. I think we'll do separate player lines here. We know that paralysis wasn't provided. So what we can do is have a condition here. Provided secondary potions. Let me also fix up the display graph text. Check if secondary potions were provided. Hey, Datu. Thief 2. No, this would be Thief 1. I could also remove this C and replace the, oh, I could at least remove the C. Kind of annoying. I don't like that. Display name. Len. -2. Or I think I can do left chop, right? Yeah. Turns the leftmost characters from the string, chopping the given number of characters from the end. Oop, 2. Got 70 thieving, congrats. I'm pretty close to a thieving level as well. Should be easy to get. More pyramid plunder for me. We could make this a false rule as well. Let's rename this to just secondary potions were provided. And then we'll do a select false. What's the variable for condition? Not. If that's true, we want it to do we'll do it this way. Hey Ken, how you doing? Okay, if secondary potions were provided, and secondary potions were not provided. So if you provided secondary potions, but we know you didn't provide paralysis, then we'll say... Did any? Of the effects on... Or did any of the... Did anything else I gave you help? And that's where we can then have the response for secondary potions. That'll be an event. Build extra potion responses. Counter Thief 1 potion type secondary. Although technically, isn't it possible you could you could provide a secondary potion that was just not useful at all? So we need to, hold on, I need to modify this a little bit. Because we might have a secondary potion, but it might not have any effects. So if this is true, what we need to do is... loop through oops. Check if there's a valid index for the effects. Hmm. Yeah, secondary potions is an interesting one because, you know, if you're like making a potion for somebody and the primary one, right? If you don't provide any effects on there, it's unlikely you're going to pass the success rate. So whoever it is that asked for the potion probably isn't going to come back. But if you do it with secondary potions, you provide a bunch of random effects that weren't even asked for, that don't have any interesting responses. How do we lead into that? Like, how do we decide that, well, you provided secondary potions, they had effects, none of them have responses, so where do we pull from that? Or do we just override it in some way? We could add like a response, something else here to secondary potion effect responses. We can have a like secondary potion effect response if empty, if blank. It's kind of stupid, but it would work. Secondary potion effect response if blank. Yeah, I don't know what we could put here, like, nothing really to note. And then we'll rewrite this game, man. This game can just respond to so many different things you do. A little scary. It'll be exciting though to test all this together, like naturally, and see some people play test it and how they feel about it. We'll do a select here on potion type. Main, sure. Secondary, however, I want to get it's equal to nothing. Trying to clean this up a little bit. If it's equal to nothing, what we need to do is grab... game instance... I need to grab this. Like, just directly call this. A little clunky. That's awkward. Okay, just put it there. Fuck it. Equal and untrue, otherwise... Potion type secondary. False, I think would then just be... that. Yeah. That way, even if it is empty, we have some sort of response that will reasonably match up. It's not going to be a super common scenario that the player provides a secondary potion. Well, it might be more common than we think, but this will protect us a little bit. For players who either just made an accident or are trying to mess with the system just to see how it responds, it should still have some response. You know, the 1 out of 1,000 players that'll do the weird thing just for the sake of being weird. So we'll assume that the player provided something that was useful in the secondary potion, or that it has a response. Not so much help with the worst effects. We'll build for secondary potions. Now we can determine, okay, what happens if... Because this is... The secondary potion is the paralysis poison he wanted for interrogating the bandit leader. So what happens if there are effects on that secondary poison that weren't expected? You know what happens here. I didn't want to open that. I wanted to Excel. And these would be effects that are noticeable, right? Cure poison. I mean, he wouldn't be poisoned at this point anyway, so it wouldn't really do much. Cure disease, I mean, not really. Fortify block, sure. Health, sure. Invisibility, sure. Regen health. Store health. If it's way too much health bullshit in this prototype. Resist magic, resist poison. Damage health we already have a response to somewhat. So I think that would be... I thought that was the Thief 2D is if you get him killed. Yeah. And when I poured that shit down his throat, he died. Now that's going to for sure happen if the damage health is too high. No, if you provide damage health at all, he's going to die. So we don't need a response in 2B about damage health. Damage, I mean, mana and stamina regen shouldn't matter. Fear. Frenzy, slow, sure. Those are fine, I guess. We know paralysis wasn't provided, so we don't need that. Luck doesn't really matter, weakness to magic. So we'll have responses to these for the secondary potion. That should do it. Okay. A lot of work. Effect ID. First one is E, Fortify Block. And the response type is negative. I think Fortify Block, Fortify Health, Regenerate Health, Restore Health, those are negative responses. Invisibility is neutral. I mean, they could all kind of be negative. Except for invisibility, could be like neutral. Because the negative response in this case means it didn't help him. He's not happy about that. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The E-Fortify Block, Fortify Health. Visibility. Generate health, restore health, fear, frenzy, slow. Looks good. Okay, fortified block. Well, I poured it down his throat. Wait, how are these phrased again? They have to have they have to be they'll have tie-ins, right? So we have to do like after he took the potion, after I forced him to take the potion, after I forced it down his throat, my knife didn't seem to do anything. Just glanced off his armor. It was embarrassing. That's how you spell embarrassing, right? One R, two S's? Two R's. Two R's, two R's. When he drank it, his scratches and bruises seemed to go away. It's like I was feeding him a health potion instead of a poison. Now we can copy this between the 3 health, and if there are duplicates, the system already knows not to put duplicate responses in. So because regenerate, restore, and fortify health are all kind of similar, in this case the response is the same, so it's only going to use one of them if it finds even all 3 of them on the potion. The moment it touched his tongue, he vanished. Physically, that is. His eyes went real wide. He seemed so afraid of me that he couldn't say a thing. Unspeakable anger came over him, and I couldn't keep a grip on him, much less ask him any questions. They're slow. I'd ask him a question, but it took ages for to answer, and By that time... The time he did, it was all gibberish anyway. Okay, I think that'll work. I think that'll work. And then we'll have responses there for these 8 effects. If it works. Condition, provided effect. Secondary potions. E. Fortify. Block. And encounter thief 1. Check for effect in secondary What is that not working? Fortify block. It's the right effect. It doesn't say that here. Oh. It's on here too for the check for effect. Why? Check for effect to get string. DT strings. Oh, there it is. Okay. Function library being weird there for a second. Not the first time. Okay, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And we need a 9th, just in case there were... no effects, right? This is so much shit, dude. Oh, this is so wild. We'll need to remember this too, because some of those things we'll have to copy on other nodes. And then we need to lead into these nodes somehow. Glad you made it out of there with your life. Me too, human. So you have no idea where your gold is hidden then. And sorry my poison didn't work. Actually, we could just jump down to these two instead of putting lines. Make it a bit cleaner, at least for organizational purposes, right? Events. Begin dialogue. Beef 2B. Start from ID. Okay. Okay. We still need to lead these back up into there too, somehow. Well, these should lead into the secondary potion. Secondary potions were not provided. I think we could just jump right into here. Assume interrogating the leader didn't go well. That's where we can hook this up. technically shouldn't there be two? So if you didn't provide, because there's a case where you wouldn't know about the secondary potion needs, so you didn't provide a secondary potion. Hmm. This is complex. Secondary potion needs learned thief 1. True. Copy paste but make this false. Is that the same? There to try and interrogate the bandit leader. It's not necessarily learned about secondary potion needs. It would have been that you learned about the bandits in Thief 1. Where's Thief 1? I need to look at this. Chosen ingredient, what the fuck? I don't know why I have that on here. That should not be here. Must have been doing that for testing and I forgot to remove it. Like, you can just provide him the potion, but you're not going to learn about, bandits. You're trying to interrogate the bandit leader. There were some effects from the potions. You gave me. We'll save that you then learn about the bandits and thief 1, and then we'll copy over this event. Okay, that'll work. Interrogating leader didn't go well. Let's if they were not provided at all. Secondary potions were provided, so we need to hook up all these to these 3. From here, I'm sorry, Spoons, there was an accident. This should also lead to those 3. Be a little spaghetti here. There are better ways to handle this. Okay. That seems good. We'll write these, and then these jump down to here as well. And those are our ways forward. So we just need to write these. Oh, my lord. Okay. did Mokus, what the fuck, no code? No code, just blueprints. At least for now, right? Paste these in. I mean, this has to be, right? Because this is a dialogue editor. I don't know about you, but I don't want to implement dialogue through code. Hey, Mr. Soloku, how you doing? There's some space in between here. we go. Just chilling. I'm too. I am as well. Okay, this one is fortified block. This one will be checking for... You write dialogue through code, Undertale style? Oh god. Fortify health. Invisibility. Regen health. Store health. Never recommend it. I mean, that's how I originally did my dialogue system until I got this plugin. And that was... It didn't last long. Good system, terrible for organizing. I had to refactor at that point. Well, actually, right today I am doing a little bit of refactoring. I'm making the dialogue more responsive to the potions that you give. So, like, let's say a warrior comes up asking for a health potion, but you provide the health potion with fortify block on it. You know, I would think that the warrior should comment on that. That, hey, also, I drank it and I felt, you know, much more protected. Did you put something on there that did that, right? The problem then becomes, because we have so many effects, and you can put them in any combination you want, how do we make a good sounding line of dialogue while being able to combine, like Tetris or puzzle pieces, all of these different possible effect combinations? And so we did that. It sounds pretty decent, and now I have to implement some responses that you have to it. But this, you know, this looks like a little kind of crazy, right? But it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. Because if you think right now we're writing responses to these 8 effects, right? And you can have these 8 effects theoretically in any combination that you have for the secondary potions. You could have 1, 2, and 6. You could have 2 and 6, 1, 4, 5, and 6, whatever, right? Any number, any combination. Technically, it is 8 factorial possibilities, which is I believe it's 8 factorial, so 40,320 possibilities. A billion, pretty much. So it's like, do I really want to write 40,000 dialogue responses? No. No, I don't. So instead I'm going to find a way to connect these together and make them sound pretty reasonable. And I think since I don't know how long you've been away, Mr. Solo Q, but we have overhauled our water. And we have a swimming system. Oh, and I think I showed you guys yesterday, but I can show you again. Cosper was able to make it so that we can swim in the direction that we're aiming, which is nice. Yeah, so it's much better than having to use control in space to control your movement and shit. Pretty scary at night too, pretty spoopy. My coral. And the sound system will automatically change its pitch a bit when you go underwater. So if you're closer to the water surface, you'll hear the rain and thunder just a little bit. You can hear it there. But as you go deeper, you won't hear it at all. So yeah, I think it's pretty decent. I'm pretty happy with it. Oh, and we overhauled the planet too, so the planet in the background looks, in my opinion, a lot nicer. And we added auroras at nighttime. It's looking like Skyrim here now. So yeah, my hope is that this is visually enjoyable for the publisher. Even for a prototype. Looks nice, thank you. Night isn't dark enough? Well, there is a lot of light from a full moon that is 5 times the size that it normally should be. It is pretty big. There should be shadows though. Just very bright because of that. I mean, we could always turn the default nighttime brightness down because the moon is so large. There are ways we can adjust this. Yeah. I mean, always put a slider in there for the player, right? So it's kind of like a nighttime gamma option. So if you want to dark as dicks at night, that's the way to go. It might be a little too much. It might be a little too much darkness there. Just turns everything off. Just flashbang at nighttime. Nighttime. Oh, there's this snail that zooms around. It's the one, right? Oh yeah, he's zooming. Look at that. I have no idea why this one moves so fast, but he does. I mean, to a certain extent, the fantastically bright nighttime does kind of have a certain charm to it. It's Turbo from the movie in Acropolis. I have no idea. The other snails are not like this. All the other snails are perfectly fine. It's not really that important to fix, but whatever. I think there's snails down here. Yeah. And he's fine. He's moving slow. Or someone from the 30-minute design challenge. It's hard to do that when I'm working, you know? We'll have more time after this build gets ready. You play OSRS? I will be playing some today, probably. I'm gonna see if I can get the task for the new Slayer enemy. We'll do the boss. You guys want to see Great Edition? This is the Altar of Kek. And if you stand right here and you face this way for 10 seconds. Great. Great stuff here. I'm glad you guys like that, yeah. It's gonna be in the build for the publisher, I promise you. And if you really like the memes, I can show you what we do with our beach ball. As long as the stupid butterfly doesn't try to come get it. Come on. Ooh. Oh, here it comes. Wait for it. Still good. No, there's been no changes to the moans. It's if you keep it up in the air for 10 hits, but the moment it hits the ground or the water again, it will reset. But you can play with it in the water. Pretty fun. It hit the stone. It did not hit the landscape. Now I could fix that, but I only test if it hits the landscape or the water. Yeah, it is a slight technicality to it. Imagine if the publisher said, hey, we love the game idea is amazing. But we also found out that if you keep the ball in the air for 10 hits, it moans sexually at you. And because of that, we're gonna have to say no. I feel like that would be a success, right? Like I'd be like, well, is what it is. After 100 bounces, a plays Kiss from a Rose by a seal. Shit, that'd be fucking funny. I do like that it has buoyancy in the water, though. Pretty fun. We'll get some creatures added to the water that can play with it. Right now, though, we're just fixing some dialogue problems. Or not really problems, but expanding our dialogue so it's even more reactive. Can you hold it? You cannot pick up and hold anything right now. But we may allow that at some point. Games on Steam, it is not on Steam yet. I want to be careful about going to Steam because this is a prototype. So this isn't exactly how the final game is going to look, and I don't want to give players the wrong impression. I want to make sure that when they look at screenshots or video on Steam that it is pure in-game, shots. That we don't fuck with anything, we don't fake anything. All of our trailers, all of our screenshots are actually real. That's my goal with it. Might have included a effect on one of the potions that fortifies blocking. Was an effect on... We say one of the potions, but we should say just... I might have included an effect. Because we can't assume how many potions the player provided. I published any game on Steam so far because I was questioning regarding the process. I have not published something personally, but I have taken part in parts of the publishing process on Steam. For one of the games I worked on. So I might be able to answer it, might not. They're always changing Steamworks, so you never really know. But go ahead and ask it. Hindsight. We shouldn't have done that. Without Steam SDK, the game is easy to pirate. Like with Steam's DRM. Steam DRM actually is also very easy to pirate. Like your game will be cracked day one with Steam DRM. With other DRM like Denuvo, it's going to be harder to pirate. But your game is going to be pirated regardless. Unless you do some complicated online checks and authentication, your game's going to be pirated. So I don't think you should fight it. Just let it happen. Don't DRM unless they're corpo. Even then. I don't see what's the rule for using their DRM. You have to use, like, Steam DRM is part of putting your game on Steam. Because it's part of connecting into Steam's system and letting it know, like, hey, somebody's playing the game, syncing up achievements, trading card, whatever. So any game on Steam by default has Steam's DRM, but it's immediately easy to crack. You want the Steam achievements and trading cards. Depending on which... There should be some really easy ways to include it. I don't know if Steamworks documentation has... Yeah, connecting Steamworks SDK with Unreal Engine 5 in 2 minutes. Links to documentation. It's probably a new version of this for Unreal 5. Yeah, you download Steamworks. Throw it into engine source third party. Do some DLL stuff, Steam app ID. Configure the build stuff. Steam might have tutorials, but there's for sure tutorials here for Unreal. You're in Unity. I saw on steamworks.net. probably more. It's probably this one. I'm just not sure how it works. Lazy Fangs would be a better source for this. Yeah, you don't need that. Knights of Unity has something too. Well, this is 8 years old. Are you still waiting for them to verify you? So far enjoying the process? Yeah, I've heard that you pay $100, get your app ID made, and it's pretty smooth sailing from there, right? May have been on invisibility. Effect. On a potion that you gave him. Can't make sexy trading cards. Nope. I don't think wallpapers can be sexy though either. Because they're available to everyone. Some of them maybe, I mean, you can push the boundaries with that, right? Who did an effect that generates health a bit? Stores health. Probably the fear effect that I put on the potion. University of Rain 2 DLC dropped? Did it? Seekers of the Storm. $15. Mixed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? It's Risk of Rain. How can you say no to more Risk of Rain? Awfully buggy. Game-breaking bugs. Including Mithrix taking no damage during Phase 4. Reeks of corporate lack of care for details. Why did they do this? It's bugs. Feels underwhelming. Gearbox broke the game. Pretty scuffed. Oof. It just why did Hapu sell this to Gearbox? They sold the entire franchise, right? But did they need it? I don't understand. Like, they made so much goddamn money from Risk of Rain 2. They wanted more? Like, I don't understand it. At the time they sold this to Gearbox, they made a shit ton of money from Risk of Rain. Probably Tyrant being one-tone. Yeah, you can just make another game. When did they sell off Risk of Rain? November 2022. How many people owned it by the time that November 2022 came around? I don't know if there's any way that we can check historical records of ownership. Let's just say for sure they probably had 5 million sales. And what was the price at that point too, right? When did it come out? 2020. Let's say they had like 3 million sales at probably was $25 at that point. Let's just assume, let's say 4 million. What did they need for this? And let's even let's just remove 20% for the sake of taxes and whatever the fuck. I don't get it. Because now people are going to be worried about them and be like, well, you're going to make another good game and then sell it to Gearbox, and Gearbox is going to fucking ruin it again. Maybe they learned their lesson. I don't know. But I mean, come on. I would never do that shit. Especially if I made such a successful, well-known franchise. If I, at the very least, if I was like, okay, the main studio is going to go do something else, I'm going to hire a smaller team to continue working on updates for this game, for Risk of Rain 2, and go do my own shit, or I'm going to outsource a company and put somebody in charge of a producer to make sure that that game is being made well and according to what we want to do. Well, sure, it's a smart business decision for the short term, but I think for the long term, it's going to make people trust them less. Which is not worth it for me. I mean, maybe they're trying to play the ultimate long con here and sell it to Gearbox for a shit ton of money, wait till Gearbox ruins the franchise, then buy it back from Gearbox for a smaller amount of money. Still, though, it's going to make people trust them less, even if that was the case, which it probably isn't. I don't think trust has much to do with this. They'll still be identified for the games they did make. I don't know. You smith the Dragon Square Shield, you didn't... Why did you smith the Dragon Square Shield, though? Wait, how much does it cost when you don't use the right anvil? You lose so much money, dude. It's so much money lost. You bought the shield right half for $770,000 gold. Well, that's a lesson you learn once, I guess, right? Raise the cow will have calves, and when calves grow older, you can milk them. Same with women. Wait, no. Take that back. Don't think about it. No. You just had to smith a second one for the hard arty diary? Oh, I forgot that there was a hard... That's part of the hard arty diary to smith that? That's pretty wild. I'd have added an effect that caused that slowdown. That slowness. It's a sexy background, sure, but this isn't like it's not safe for work. I paid Steam the $100 for Steamworks. I got 10k points. Guess what I did? Wait, they give you 10k points for that? Wouldn't show it to your boss. Yeah, but your boss is like in banking. I am my, you know, if my employees showed me, I could walk by the most degenerate desk of an employee that I have hired, and I would just laugh and just like, well, that's game dev for you. What are you gonna do? Oh, she can spread her legs really far. Wow, that's pretty impressive. And working for you sound appealing. I don't care what people. I don't care if people are degenerates. Like fuck, I don't know. As long as you do your job, okay. I mean, there is a limit, right? Like, I don't want you to. Having some anime figurines on your desk is different than, I don't know, actually, like, oh, you came into work with a butt plug, a tail butt plug in today. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and remove that. Not here. Not here. Please remove that somewhere else. I have to hear that popping sound. Tail butt plugs are out. It's part of my culture. Your culture is Polish, and I promise you that is not part of the Polish culture. Polish Miku, however, is part of Polish culture. Have you seen those Polish Miku posts on Twitter? Have you seen these? These are pretty great. Aplikacje jest. So true. Okay, I love this shit. Talk, okay, applicacja. No, I don't want to update the application. Here's the fucking QR code now. The one you DM'd is your favorite. It's so good. I gotta send that to someone. This is a good trend. Okay, let's hook this up. Let's get these written. At the very least, if I'm gonna go early today to play some OSRS, I want to have a couple of these finished. One was known for Żabka, now for Miku. There was one today that I found that was really funny. Let me see if I can find it, because I liked it on my personal Twitter. My private Twitter. It's not private. Yeah, this was pretty good. It's not colored or anything, but it's, if you live in Poland, you'll know. You will know. Okay, here it is. The tagline for this was, Polish Miku goes to Biedronka. She bought one thing. Right? It's very true. It just keeps printing. It's like, oh, here's another coupon. Here's another coupon. Like, Jesus Christ, you just wasted half of the roll. Poldviagenia. I always get copies. I got stopped out of Biedronka once for they thought I was stealing. I only bought like 3 things too. I bought a package of chicken breasts and 2 things of like some sauce. And they waited until I went to the Żabka next to it and came out, and then I got stopped by some guy wearing this Florida shirt, and I told him that I didn't speak Polish, and he switched to nearly perfect English. Like, his English was very, very good for his age. And he wanted to see my receipt. He was some security they hired, and they thought I had stolen things. Thank God I always get a receipt for everything that I buy. I got a little offended too, because I was like, what? I didn't steal anything. So now I purposefully, every time I go into Biedronka, I specifically look suspicious. I try to do suspicious looking things, or like look at the cameras and then like turn my back a little bit, just so that they can stop me again so I can get upset. Like, this is discrimination against foreigners. And, like, every time I leave, I like look sideways, like at the security guy. Like, I'm just walking out, and I'm like, and you wonder why people call you the Antichrist. I want to know why they stopped me specifically. What is this one? Oh, you degenerates. I'm gonna save that link for later. Research purposes. Okay, we'll do I understand this is Poland, it's not you, it's us. We're xenophobic. I'm gonna hot take for the day. Okay, hot take for the day. I think xenophobia is a natural human reaction that sometimes is very difficult to fight against. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing necessarily. It is a survival instinct that has both good and bad effects. But it's part of our nature that is very difficult to fight against. And it's the reason why things like you know, racism born from lack of understanding will always exist. It will always, always, always exist. See your profile pic on here? What is that? Is that Thomas? By the way, if you disagree with my takes on those things, you can say so. Well, you know, if I'm gonna get canceled, I at least want to defend myself, right? Perfect to make these guys hard to stab in the future. Sorry about that. So I assume the interrogation didn't go well. What in the holy game dev did I stumble in? Hey, Boom Raccoon. Yeah, I actually need another response here. Do you guys think that Inan Zur, the composer for Fallout 4, has and Starfield has done a better job than Jeremy Sewell? Who do you think did it better? Trouble with names. Basically, did the guy who does the soundtracks for Elder Scroll, like Morrowind? I think he did Morrowind, right? Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and I would assume Fallout 3 as well. If I'm not mistaken. Did he do a better job than the new composer? Because they walked away from working with Jeremy Sewell after some alleged things happened. Because for me, I don't think that Jeremy Sewell has been replaced. I think he is still the proper composer here. Doing research about the sex and the furry thing. You're distracted to actually listen to your question. Sounds about right. Because I believe Jeremy Sewell was accused of doing some not so great things. Yeah, sexual misconduct allegations. He's accused of the big ol' grape without a G by this person. And accused of sexual harassment by some vocalist. And nothing happened from that. He accused them, or they accused him. People ended working with him, but then, like, there's been nothing else to it. Which to me, I don't like. I don't like that people can just make these accusations and then some guy can lose his prominent positions as composers for some of the most well-known games. And then there's no court cases, there's nothing, and it just ruins his life. That's so fucked up. Let's do... that. It's quite a weird effect. Quite a weird, try and interrogate. You can't see. Gotta say. Wasn't able to ask this guy any questions. Well, technically we save that he knows about that, so we know that the interrogation, so we don't have to put something else here. Yeah, this is fine, we're okay. Wasn't able to ask the bastard any questions. Because he was so afraid. We've included an effect that made him get frenzied. Could do without such an effect next time. Be honest. Only needed to paralyze him. We're probably just trying to make it easier, but it made it much more difficult. Got fed up with his nonsense and just slit his throat. So I heard more bandits approaching. That's how long it took. That is going to lead down to here. So you might have a way to import your own backgrounds. What's like use your own backgrounds in your profile? I mean, you could just make a game. Like, just make a game, Lazy Fangs. Like, what are you doing? I don't see a game getting made right now. It's an interesting way of going about it. Eight years later, so I have my avatar now. I think if Spoon becomes a final character in our game, I'll probably just change my avatar to him. I will be Spoon. Or because I want to include I made a mod, an overhaul mod for Darkest Dungeon way back in the day, and there's a character that I wrote for that it would be cool to include as a NPC that can appear here, so I might include that character. Because I think he can provide a lot of moral and ethical quandaries for the player. So when he doesn't become a final character, I'll cancel you the game and the studio. Best view? Really? Oh my god, I can click that and get the best viewers? No. I'm not gonna do that. Thank you though. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna have my moderation tab opened so I can add all their stupid alternative. Yeah, but they keep changing it. They keep changing the letters that they're using to achieve this. So like I can add this, but they're just gonna use a different one next time. It's really annoying. Here's my block list right now. Best, want to see her naked. One occurrence for that. Cheap viewers 65. Onlyfans.com. 0 uses, ironically. Cheap viewers on 95. Best viewers on 144. Long live chaos is 71. And chaos bots. What? I was hopefully got some no OnlyFans, just viewers. And one use case of want to see her naked. But it's not free OnlyFans. It's not free. It's never free. If you want free porn, you can go to any of the other sites. Get much better quality than some chubby skank, okay? That's the only reason that she's charging it for cheap, is because nobody wants to see it for anything worthwhile. Sorry, that was a bit over the top. How many people are working on this project? Mainly me. It's just me. No, I do have a couple of friends who help out sometimes, but they have full-time jobs, so they're, doing something else, so they don't get too much opportunity to assist. Him and his 7 other personalities, yeah. I think I was mentioning yesterday too, by the way, when I'm gonna play Star Wars Outlaws, I was thinking of making it into a drinking game. That every time I cringe or roll my eyes at the dialogue, I have to take a drink. And every time there's a bug, I have to take a drink. Got wasted 2 hours in. Probably true. Wonder about bandits. True. We'll copy, we'll paste these in. False. You're looking for a composer. Potentially, yes. But not yet. Please no Saturday. Saturday would work so well for me. I'll upload the VOD, so it's like you'll be able to watch it on YouTube later. It's not the same. We'll work on my schedule soon, because, like I said, I wanted to play Terraria Calamity, but that's lower priority. I wanted to... Terraria Calamity with crowd control would be fun. But I wanted to do Stalker Gamma before Stalker 2, and Kingdom Come Deliverance before Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That one I have to play, so that one's like max priority is Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 before 2. I've played all the Stalker games before, so I don't need to play it again. But Gamma looked kind of fun, so I might play that.
It looks like he may commit suicide.
Suicide is badass.
No.
Thank you, Necropolis, for the follow. I assume... Let's say so. You needed that second potion for something, or so you needed an additional potion for something. Well, you could know about the secondary potion, but you may not know. If you know about the secondary potion, you know that we needed it for bandits. So in this case, you wouldn't know that he needed the poison. So anyway, I started blasting. Yeah, my pieces. But I don't shoot I don't see so well, so I don't, what was it like a... But I don't see too good, so I missed. I think was what the response was. Hold on, I need to look it up. So anyway, I started blasting.
Yes. I don't know if they wanted money or they wanted something more sexual. Wow. But it's a lucky thing I had my pieces.
Your pieces.
My gun.
Oh.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Wow.
Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed. Then they ran away. I ran after them.
Okay.
Bang! Try to shoot them in the back. But I don't run so good either. Anyway, you guys all think I'm a hero, and I'll accept that responsibility.
I love it. So good, yeah. I haven't really watched the newer seasons. It was after, I don't know, like season 13 or... Wait, no. I don't remember what season it is, but I haven't watched like the latest one or anything. It's still good? Okay, maybe I'll have to catch up then. In hindsight, sure, that would have been useful. Was trying to interrogate a bandit leader to figure out where he took my gold. And that'll save this event. That interrogation didn't go well. That'll lead here. Well, it's complex, but I think that handles all the cases that we would want to handle for secondary and primary responses in 2B. Definitely taking longer than I would think. The only problem is if you didn't know about the bandits in 2A, or I'm sorry, from 1, because you ask him what he needs it for. We almost need to include this. And kind of force the player into learning about them in some way. Oh. You know, I'm not necessarily against forced age verification for games, mainly because I think it will make it much easier to implement that for games that include gambling for kids. Like, fuck it. Yeah. I mean, call me a bit self-righteous, sure. I think there should be some pretty strict rules against making games that have gambling that target kids. And there will be nothing that is 100% foolproof here, but there is a point where it's so foolproof that even the kids that can get around it will be, it'll be so few in number compared to what it was before that it just won't be financially viable to try to market this towards kids. I would even go so far as to say that any game that is targeted at children of a certain age or under should not have any sort of in-app purchases at all, or microtransactions. I mean, maybe that's a bit too harsh, but you destroy the mobile market. Wow, so much of value is lost. Media has been sexualized so hard in the past years. Yeah. Get assassinated the next day. God forbid the mobile game market actually has to grow a spine here and curate their stores with games that are worth a couple dollars. I mean, how many of you in chat, just by show of, you know, yeses or nos, would be willing to pay $5 to $10 most for a mobile game that you know is going to be worth the money, that is not going to have some absurd amount of grind or wall that you hit, in-game ads, whatever? You would not. So you would not want a premium game. Do you play mobile games though? Out of curiosity. You don't mostly. You don't play on mobile. Okay, are there any people that do play on mobile or that would start playing some mobile games if you knew that you could pay a few bucks for a premium game that wouldn't have some of that bullshit in it? It was easy to find. The market, you know, the store places were curated and organized. Like, let's say you like visual novels, you could go on there and get an easy visual novel problem solved. Most of them are live service because that's what the market has come to expect with it. But people still do play premium games. It's just finding good premium games is really difficult on the Google Play Store. You go to games and it's all this. It's all just live service trash. That just doesn't mean anything. That's gonna be full of some bullshit. And they do show some premium games sometimes. Although you really have to look for them. You really have to look for them. And here, arguably, these are pretty quality. Mini Metro for 3 zloty. That's under $1. This is a good game. This is a fun strategy puzzle game. Geometry Dash is classic. Stardew Valley, Minecraft, sure, these are great. Balloons is always fun. I said maximum 10 to 15. I said maximum. You know, because all of these are under. Yeah, I meant, if I said it, I said it. If I didn't, I meant maximum. And these are all pretty damn reasonable. For games that are probably going to be pretty decent. You have Slay the Spire on here as a full mobile game. You know, that's great. I think that's even cheaper than Steam. $10. I don't know how much Slay the Spire is right now on Steam. Yeah, it's about the same. Like, they're there. These games are here. I just think that it's overwhelmingly not these games. Unfortunately. Last game we played was Dark Echo. That's a good one too. Display and control options are garbage. That's kind of true. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the game, right? I think that's like The Room. I think The Room works really well on mobile. You know, this is a really, really great series of games that are well made, very well priced, very enjoyable, and they work well on those controls. I think also Slay the Spire probably works pretty well on mobile, but I would not really want to play Terraria on phone. Tower defense games work well on mobile too. Stardew's probably pretty okay. But I agree with you. I'm not a fan of mobile controls most of the time. Explore the wilds of Texas. Let's do this. Art's so ugly. I can't. I mean, who are the real... Yeah, I mean, so who's the real degenerates in chat? Who's a Nikkei lover? Yeah? This is what you guys want in chat? Honestly, it's not a bad... It's not a terrible game. It's actually pretty well made. Just to be honest. And, you know, arguably saying it has some of the most fair gacha mechanics of most games. Like, it's really easy to earn tickets. The rates are pretty fair. You can pull SSRs pretty easily. At least once a day or once every couple days without paying any money. Could be worse. There, I've revealed that I'm a gooner. Dreadfully boring later on? Yeah, it kind of is. I just played all the games. I jumped back into Elder Scrolls Blades recently, and they've vastly improved it. It was really, really terrible on launch. Like, it was not fun. It was really hard to make any progress. It was pretty difficult. It's pretty enjoyable now, actually, if you ask me. Tried the new waifu gacha? Watch by Yutaka? I don't know which one that is. Something about mobile with Pokemon Unite, they kind of ruined the Switch UI by giving it the same UI as mobile. The mobile app runs smoothly, but the Switch version has the insane menu lag. Switch games, or Switch Pokemon games having problems? I'm so shocked. Aeon's Echo, but don't open it on stream. Why? Aeon's Echo. Free-to-play captivating RPG game. Jesus Christ. Back problems, the game. Okay, we need to do the same thing here for 2A that we did for 2B, which I have here. And we need to hook up the secondary potion responses. It's just because of the content, but it's not worth it. They sprinkle it once in a blue moon. You know, I'm curious here because with 2A and 2B, we have the same responses for secondary potions, right? But in one case we provide the paralysis poison, in one case we don't. Maybe we don't want some of the responses. We have 3 levels of runecrafting. I can complete hard diary tasks. What level are you for RC right now? You're like base 80 or 70 right now, right? This class of his armor was embarrassing. 62. You just do Guardians of the Rift. Try to get the full outfit. Because once you get the outfit, you can start doing blood runes and make some pretty good money from that. Because with the outfit and blood essence, yeah, you're going to be profiting 2.3 mil an hour. Oh, but that's for Myrdich. We need the... Yeah. And that's pretty good. Because normally you just get 735 blood runes, but then you get an additional 147 from the diary, and an additional 882 from the full outfit, which is wild. The outfit's amazing. Game changing. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to refactor just a little bit the... Weird. The responses for effects to include a list of effect names that we don't want to have. We're going to remove successful indices for effects that we don't want to have at all. That was what I'm going to do. Provided potions, successful response indices. Can the outfit make me craft a second nature rune early? Yes, I believe, I'm nearly 100% sure. No, wait. That's for the Karamja diary, right? Or is it for something else? Because I swear that you can use the outfit for this. If you have some piece of the raiment of the eye outfit, fewer may be required. 26 essence for one piece, 24 for 2 pieces, 22 for 3, or 18 for the full set. So yeah, from what I know, the outfit does apply to all of the diary tasks that do require rune crafting, including also the Fremi Diary. Because I think that also requires you to make a whole bunch of astral runes. Yeah, probably wouldn't lower the rune crafting requirement. It wouldn't lower the rune crafting requirement to use the altar. I got you Dustborn when you play it. Give me Stalker 2. Give me Stalker 2. Let's support the Ukrainians together. Rune crafting. Because 91 is what gives you the double, right? Yeah, the two nature runes. At best, you could boost from 86 with Stew, like I did. But once you get to 77, you can do blood runes, and it's really easy to get levels by doing blood runes, and make some good money on the side. Because once you hit 77... Well, they used to have it in here. Yeah, they used to have numbers in here of how much money you would make from going from 77 to 99. It's a shame they removed that. Although we could do the calculations that if your XP per hour is 34.5, $13,034,431 minus 1,475,581 divided by 34,500 times 783,904. You would profit 262 million GP by going from 77 to 99 rune crafting, doing blood runes with the outfit and blood essences. It's pretty good. That's some good money. Effects to omit. So what we can do is check here for equal and... Hey Sean, how you doing? It is a long time no see. How's your game dev going? Specs to omit. It's really good. It's good to hear. Find. This returns -1, right? Yeah, so if it's not equal to -1, Or no, if it is equal to -1. Yeah. That means that it's not in there, so we don't have to omit it. Pass it through. Looks good. Progressing so much by the minute, nice, and I landed myself a pretty big first job. What is it? Hey, GT. I'm gonna survive yesterday's hay fever. Oof. Give me a Discord? Do you mind if I share it when you send it? I think my allergies have been pretty bad lately too. Okay, if it's equal and we don't find it in the effects to omit. Keep it low key, no problem. I think they want a secret? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. Very understandable. Counter ID, I will left chop. That. And we'll append something else to it too. Effects to omit. Let's just do effect responses. No, effect IDs would be better. Effect IDs to omit. Select. If I get the GOTR alpha, it won't be too hard for me to get Falador lead done. Just need a 99 or quest cape. Yeah. It's definitely worth it, I think. Dude, congrats. Congrats, Sean. That's really cool. Keep learning, man. You are progressing at a very fast rate. I'm really happy for you. Loving it at the minute? That's great. I mean, and that's what life's about, right? Valid index. What we can do is, if it is a valid index, we want to include omits number, so we need a length. Effect responses. And false will just be nothing. All things, I wouldn't say that. But I'm happy that I could help in some way. I get to the point where I can sit down and just write my own code and it feels great. Living the dream, man. Keep it up. Keep moving forward. Didn't have you to mentor me, I probably would have quit. Well, hey, hopefully we can still work on something in the future. That'd be pretty fun. Need to pay him royalties for his consultation. Well, according to the guy that got mad at me for reacting to his video because I said that I wouldn't paywall educational content. Here's proof, dude. I don't know why you were so rude to me, but I think it's kind of scummy. I don't know. Look, I'll say it this way. People who like want to paywall tips in game dev, or who promise you success if you give them money monthly or through some subscription fee, they're scamming you. They're scamming you. You can find all that information somewhere else. You can get it from somebody who is more knowledgeable and who will give it to you for free. Look at Tim Kaine. It's all free on YouTube. I would buy your course if you draw. I don't know if I could do a course. I don't know. I'm not a very good teacher, to be honest. I'm too much of an intuitive designer. I'm not very good at explaining myself when I have to repeat the steps that I did to get to a certain point. I need to get better at that. It's one of my weakest points for sure. Buy like 80 Dragon Bones to get 75 Prayer. It's not too bad. Except that I think you're kind of buying the source, like having it all there in one place, step by step thing. That's true. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between like videos on somebody's Patreon that's providing tips and full educational courses, right? Because I can accept paying for the latter, no problem. I'm not too much of a fan of paying for the former because you're kind of gatekeeping like wisdom in that case. Maybe that's a better way to put it. You're gatekeeping wisdom rather than gatekeeping a more detailed course of how to learn something, right? A difference between telling somebody, hey, buy this crochet hook to, you know, because it's a much better quality, and here's an in-depth 5-hour-long guide on how to properly crochet. I can accept paying for the second one. I'm not a fan of paying for the first one. Maybe that makes more sense. Different to paying for education. There's some good courses out there as well, but also a lot of scammers. Yeah, that's true. Very, very true. One main potion. Okay, on the new... Great work spoon. Where is it hidden? Like I'm gonna tell you, it doesn't matter anyway, I need a new potion. Let's pull off from all these for the time being. This will lead into Great Work Spoon. I'm going to remove the event for saving the choice, though. Start doing some side stuff on Unreal. Don't want to lose touch with it either. Well, hey, we still have the Decimation game, which not many people seem to be working on. It's hard finding people with that motivation. I'm not shitting on them or anything, but it's just, it's very common that you ask 10 people who's interested in helping make a game, you know, who's motivated, who really wants to challenge themselves, get moving forward, and at best, you'll get one person who's like, yeah, I'm still up for it. And it's really a problem because a lot of people, like, they want to do it, and if they had the time and energy to do it, they would do it, but because they have a full-time job, they don't have the time or energy to do it. And that's not a fault of them. I think that's just you know, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? You need this to get money, but you need this to be happy. But you also need to be energetic and have time to do this, but you don't because you're having to do this. It just sucks. I get it. Tell me all the details for it. It's in the Decimation game. I think you're added as part of a member to that. Are you? No, you're not. Are you? I don't see you in there. Oh, you are in there. Oh, I see you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah, we've been working on it on the side, and I put in, I added some tools recently on the last stream that I did for creating buildings and whatnot. Where was it? We added some tools for making buildings, roads, and sidewalks. So, you know, we're getting there. It's just one thing at a time. And we have the OOCH system in the game, the OOF system, that is we're calling it. What we really need is somebody who kind of like delves into destruction and can become a feature owner for the destruction system. Like, can just learn the insides outs of chaos system, chaos destruction, chaos physics, vector fields, I think, whatever they're called, for like explosions, pushing physical objects. And once we have that, we pretty much have the game. What am I doing? I'll keep the event here for the time being, but I'm going to move that after we get this all set up. Great work, Spoon. This is 2A, so we know we provided paralysis potion to him. I might move our version control from SVN to like plastic or something else. The issue is with plastic, it might be a little, depending on how many people we put on there, it might get expensive. Like $5-10 a month. And I would hate to ask people who are kind of like only mildly interested to help pay for that. Does Unreal have built-in version control? No. No. Plastic isn't expensive, but I really like plastic just because it's so easy to work with and has, you know, the branches and such. Really great. UFN, they have it. Oof. I assume the paralysis potion helped. The paralysis poison, I guess we would say, but poison or potion kind of both work for here. Back in a bit, no worries. Poison was perfect. He couldn't move. He couldn't move at all. I could have dropped a stone on his balls, and he would have hardly flinched. And then we will build the extra potion responses here. Dialogue Thief 1, Potion Type Secondary, Effect IDs to omit. Some of these we won't want to mention because they, paralysis might kind of override another effect from really having anything special to say about it. Like Frenzy? Or maybe he would. Like Frenzy or Fear I could still see. Slow wouldn't really... No, I don't think we would omit any effects here, actually. There are ways that we can say that Fear, Frenzy, and Slow were noticeable in the Bandit Leader, even though he was paralyzed. Yeah, I don't think any of those matter. Oh, I see Araxor is coming today. Okay. We will be taking a break to play some old school today with the new Slayer boss. I'm pretty excited for. Look at the little pet you can get. Look how cute that is. Little spider. Ever Durado. Oof. Okay. Melee gear, range switch, anti-venom potions, bunch of food. Nestled between Sleep and Versenhaza. But it's not out yet, as far as I know. So we still have some time. Okay, build extra push responses, secondary potions, poison perfect. You couldn't move at all. Or at least could have dropped a stone on his balls, and he would have hardly flinched. And then that'll build extra responses, and then we will have responses here for it. So we need 10. Dialogue responses. It's a lot, I know. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, provided effect. Encounter Thief 1, effect check, E, fortify, block. And this will be on secondary potion. Beautiful. God, I wish I could... That would be my only qualm with narrative, is that it's... I can barely copy and paste things. Especially nodes. And I think that the way that I use narrative is I'm pushing it to its limits. It was never really intended to go this deep. But it can. It can. I can appreciate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, we probably only need 9. That's Fortify Block. You then have Fortify Health. Invisibility. Regenerate health and restore health. Fear, frenzy, slow. Does it still spit out an error if it can't find the right effect? Yeah, error, no string, nice. Slow. And this we actually don't need the condition on. Loud as fuck. It's great to hear, Spoon. Let's connect it up like this. Where's it hidden? Jesus Christ, dude, I got fucking scared. One of my plastic bottles just expanded from the heat. It made a loud cracking sound. By the way, where's the gold hidden? Is it still the same thief you were working on earlier? Yeah, it's a he has a few different encounters. You can probably find it somewhere. Don't show you. I mean, this is only for prototype. Oh, I don't even see it. Where is it? Oh, that's not it. That is not it. Like, it's not a, this is not super, it doesn't tell you how to achieve these things, but it'll just show you that from his initial encounter, you can get these results. 2C doesn't lead anywhere, he can end up dead, he can not want to talk to you again, and then they can lead down different paths here. Where do you get money from to not die whilst you're making all this stuff? From my bank account that goes down. That is where. It's all money I saved from working on at other places. Which isn't much, but I can sustain myself reasonably through next year. Reasonably through next year. And then it's like, well, okay. Didn't get a publishing deal, so yeah, this isn't gonna happen. And I could return to it later, right? You know, whatever we make here, I can... It's always going to be Microraptors. I'm always going to own Microraptor, so... I can always pitch this in the background. Eating potatoes almost exclusively, never using hot water or heating. No, we're not in that dire of straits. My fiance does do some work. And we recently moved away from Karaku, so I don't have to pay for rent anymore. which was definitely the most expensive aspect of living. So that has prolonged, I tried to say prolonged and elongated, but it's prolonged the amount of time that I can sustain this. But at a certain point, like we're almost 30, we don't really have any savings, we don't have a car, we don't own any property, you know. At a certain point, some things that you want in life, like children, or for instance, is going to be financially impossible and biologically impossible if it continues on. We don't have any debt, so you know there's that, but we're also just kind of bobbing up and down in the water, so to speak, with finances. Why not have children now? Yeah, fuck it, yeah. Make them work, right? Alright, honey, you're gonna be an artist. Keep drawing. But daddy, I don't... Keep drawing! I'm gonna need a 3D artist. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna work on daddy's game for free and you're gonna be happy. Don't yell at me. Harder! Work harder! Homeschooling, right? I could just copy these, to be honest. Have you seen Baki? No. I've seen Boku no Pico. No, I haven't seen that. I don't know. My fiance has, though. Don't Google search that, by the way. Okay. It's too hard to use for anybody to even find my search history. What are you using, a Linux? It's a Unix system, I know this. Good old Jurassic Park. Absolutely no user interface. That sounds like my game. Say, like, I'm just glad it all worked out. Spoon. It was a bit odd to not see him while he was paralyzed. But I'm not sure he knew that he was invisible. It'll be fear. Well, no, some of these responses may not work. Block is okay. Last of his armor, he's... Scratch the bruises. When it touched his tongue, he vanished. Physically, that is... Fear's okay. Frenzy will omit. Frenzy is the only one that I want to omit in 2A. Omits one effect responses. E. Frenzy. You know what I don't like about this? It says omits one effect responses. Should it be plural? That's gross. If length is equal to 1. Effect response. Now it says omits one effect response, but if we add another one, it'll say omits two effect responses. That was truly worth the additional 10 seconds it took for me to make that. Narrative designers that work at Microraptor in the future will look at that and say, that makes this a million times easier to work with. It just kind of bugs me though, you know, it's like, is it necessary? No. Does it bug me? Yes. The same way that the condition for provided effect doesn't, or the encounter doesn't chop off the left. Is there a roller coaster asset in this game? In Cauldron Chronicles? Or just in general? Can you add one? What would you do with it? Like, really, what would you do with it? You want a roller coaster in the game? A working roller coaster? A magical roller coaster would be kind of fun. Ooh, there's a new update? What? A new update. I don't see it. You want a female werewolf customer with integration to Lovin's. How hard is it to just drag and drop assets? Generally not simple, but it depends on what you want to add. Train, rail, and roller coaster system. I mean, there it is. $30 if you want a roller coaster. I can add a hidden roller coaster into the game. So it's tempting to buy random crap and flood the map with it. I don't know how you resist the urge. Vision. It's all about vision and core loop. I mean, if something is fun and benefits the game and, you know, isn't ridiculously stretching the game's believability, like the beach ball, is that something that they had in a fantasy world? Well, it's my fantasy world, so sure, whatever. You know, nobody's gonna look at that and say, ooh, this is disgusting, this takes the immersion out of the game. They're gonna look, oh look, a beach ball I can kick around. You have one volcano. Volcano would be kind of cool. That could be pretty fun. He couldn't move, but I could see it in his eyes. That's for sure. Consider making your game VR. Yes, but I can't promise that because I've never worked with VR and I don't know the complexities of making this game in VR. So it's a to be determined kind of thing. And I think we put that in our pitch deck too. I think. Yeah, VR TBD. You have a perfect game loop for it. I mean, you're not wrong. We'll see what happens with it. Oh, he looked pissed, all right. Very thankful he couldn't move a muscle. Perfect game loop for big titty anime girls. Oh my god. The breast sizes in our game will be realistically sized, okay? An effect that causes slowness. He had trouble getting his words out. But Spoon's a patient goblin. Gotta be if you wanna. Sewers for most of your life. Please, at least one of the travelers fits that description. I don't like for characters to be relatively believable. Saying that boobs are only passing grade sizes. Spoon is believable because he is in this world, and whatever we put in this world if it fits our theme of what we're trying to achieve, then it is believable. I didn't say realistic, I said believable. I can't believe you've done this. Let's see if this works. I'll just try it with 2A for the moment. I make a paralysis potion. And I'll throw like some frenzy on there if I can. Frenzy, and maybe I can grab a fortify block one. For the memes. That'll work. Oh, I don't have my cheated in potions, hold on. Damage health will go normal toxic cap, fermented toadstool, fermented corrupted toadstool. Beautiful. I know the frame rate sucks ass on this right now. I have some things open that are slowing down a little bit. You chop trees. No. Why would you want to chop trees? What do you want to do with trees? What did the trees do to you? It's Butterfree. Look, it's Butterfree. That poison you gave me last time, well, it worked. Had some wonderful things happen to that poison I did. Whatever you put in that poison, the bastards got whipped up into a frenzy almost immediately. It was a beauty to watch. Another great thing happened to the potion too. I thought some weird magic had taken hold of them. They started to keel over in pain, but then fell over, unmoving like stones. It's lovely stuff, human. I appreciate it. I was hoping a frenzy effect would get them all fighting each other while you slipped in and interrogated the leader. Oh, we gotta fix that. Slipped in and interrogated the leader. Definitely worked. They were running wild and slaughtering each other. Thanks to that, the raid went well. Learned where that bastard hid my gold. Ah, so I assume the paralysis poison helped then, right? Poison was perfect. He couldn't move at all. Could have dropped a stone on his balls and he would have hardly flinched. Bit unfortunate though, the poison didn't seem completely effective. After I forced it down his throat, my knife didn't seem to do anything, just glanced off his armor. It was embarrassing. Worse than that, unspeakable anger came over him and I couldn't keep a grip on him, and much less ask him any questions. Make sure that doesn't happen again, human. I thought we omitted frenzy. It might be a bug. Omits one effect response. Frenzy. Yeah, that actually shouldn't appear. Might have included an effect that fortifies blocking. Okay, that's a little fucked up. Alright, fix this. Fix this before Araxor comes out, if possible. It's a bit of a shame, though. I'm gonna have to get rid of a Jad task that I have. Or we could do the Jad task first. Could have dropped a stone on his balls? You did read that right. The poison was perfect, he couldn't move at all. I could have dropped a stone on his balls and he would have hardly flinched. Spoon is believable after all. I mean, it should work here. I also don't know why it wasn't allowing me to click through the dialogue, like it wasn't connected. True. Yeah, that's weird. So we're for sure on 2A. Unless something fucked up here. Oh yeah, we forgot to send it. Hold on. We. Set potion needs? Oh, there it is. Oh wait, nope, it's not there, it's just here. Connect this up. Try that again. Normal, fermented, fermented. And then we need the paralysis poison. With Toxicap. Purple desert flower. And that'll work. Although I still don't know why it wasn't letting me click through that, but we'll see. I swear everything's hooked up properly. Some wonderful things happen on that poison. Whatever you put in that poison, the bastard got whipped into frenzy almost immediately. It was a beauty to watch. And then, I don't know why there's a lowercase either. And then I thought some weird magic had taken hold of them, because they started to keel over in pain, but then fell over unmoving like stones. It was lovely stuff, human. I appreciate it. I bet I know why that occurs, but I need to fix that. Dialogue Thief 1. This is the paralysis response. Yeah, we lowercase that. What I need to do is... I need to put an additional check there if the first word of a response is I, to make sure we don't lowercase that shit. I thought it might make it easier if whatever you were wanting to kill wasn't able to fight back at all. It was as easy as farting into the breeze, human. Thanks to that, the raid went well. I delivered that bastard my gold. Oh, so I assume the paralysis poison helped? Poison was perfect. He couldn't move at all. I'd have dropped a stone on his balls and he would have hardly flinched. Bit unfortunate though, the poison didn't seem completely effective. When he drank it, his scratches and bruises seemed to go away. It's like I was feeding him a health potion instead of a poison. Make sure that doesn't happen again, human. There was an effect that fortifies health. In hindsight, probably shouldn't have had that. Or if you didn't make these guys harder to stab in the future. I'm just glad it all worked out, Spoon. Thanks, human. Anyways, I need a new potion. And that's when we finally learn about it, right? Gives you some good stuff. Gonna go look for the gold now. What's your plan? Blah, blah, blah. Heal them, you can stab them again and again. Interrogate them more. That'd be a pretty good response. That would be pretty good. Where do we build this string? We do it in build effect responses. How can I do this? I can't call macros in here, right? No. Yes, I can. Check if response has I. Weird name. It'll work, whatever. We'll do fix string if response has I. So it is going to lowercase it in the library. Yeah, in format response. We already have it as part of a macro. Okay, well then fuck that. I forgot we had that. Two lower. We only want to do two lower if we want to check it even before this. Response. Parse into array delimiter space. The first of this array, first index is equal to I. This is so fucking messy. There's so many pink strings going around, so much pink spaghetti. That should work. I mean, fair. Yeah, just crash. It's fine. What was I expecting? I really have to look at the crash logs because it's probably one of the plugins that I have that's doing it. Common UEW. I swear it's one of the plugins. I just don't really care. I can't fix it even if it is one of the plugins. Like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, spot. Ignore. Where does this store these? No, just that was just the chaos bot. I don't even know how I would read these crash files. Just source control, engine, whatever. These problems I did fix actually on my own computer at home. Infinite loop detected. And speaker selector. The infinite loop in... I should send this to narrative. That's a narrative bug. It is possible that's part of it. I'm not sure though. Assignment error select. Type of index is undetermined. Weird shit. Type of target array is undetermined. It's so weird. So saying on some selector nodes there's an index that's wrong? Yeah, but it's not. Those are okay, those are just useless. I don't know, I mean it's possible that it's that infinite loop in WBP speaker selector. That's definitely not something that I changed, so that's just default narrative stuff. This has an infinite loop somewhere. Doesn't say it. I don't know. But that definitely could cause a crash. Yeah, it's in the Uber graph. Maybe don't crash it. That's a good idea. Yeah. I'm gonna try doing that this time. How you doing, turning cock? You alright? Good. Alright, let's make these again, see if it works. A new change. Haven't opened the editor since I got back from that conference. Oh, it sounds like it's time to do that. Oops. That was me. Was me. Toxicap. Purple Desert. And we'll get something with Fortify Health on it. Cactus. That works. It's so bullshit through your mindset. What happened? Got a copy pasta TLDR story time. Okay, I'm prepared. Like 30 people in a bar venue with 9 lackluster lectures that half of them felt like a shitty open mic night. It was now worth the hour-and-a-half drive, $25 ticket price, or the expensive parking near the Capitol. Oof. Yeah, it is pretty expensive, isn't it? It works. We have the capital I here. Drank it, scratches and bruises him to go away. It's like I was feeding him a health potion instead of a poison. Make sure that doesn't happen again. There was an effect that fortifies health. In hindsight, probably should have had that. Or if you didn't make these guys harder to stab in the future. Hey, I'm just glad it all worked out, Spoon. Yeah, I think helping you was once enough for me. Sorry, Spoon. Oh, he's supposed to give you the loot there if you say no. Isn't he? At least let me give you some stuff I managed to steal from those bandits. Yeah, he's supposed to give you these. Loot or loot? 2 O's for this loot, I can proudly say. Thanks, Spoon. Take care. We'll keep input on UI. I think that's what we want. Should I see first if this game is live with the update? Gotta do a new boss. But first I have to kill Jad, so you're gonna have to watch me do fight caves first. I don't know, I gotta fight caves. What game? What'd it do? There's a new boss for Old School RuneScape today. Big old spider boss that I want to try. Never played RuneScape. It's pretty fun. I don't know if we want to keep the input on UI after we close, because he'll leave. What is RuneScape about? It's a MMORPG with 27 skills to train, and you can kind of just play it the way you want. There's no real requirement to do things in a certain order or train the skills you don't want to train. Big old world, lots to do. Are we alive? Is the game awake? It is. Gonna be kind of laggy for the moment. How many kilometers map? It's a big map. Big map. I can show you. So I'm in this little hut here, right? Which is about this size. This is just the overworld, by the way. Well, it is over 20 years old, so consider that. And there's a whole bunch of underground areas too, but it's... I can't just click on one because there's so many, so... There's lots of little stuff. Bigger dungeons like the catacombs over here. Other things. Why are modern devs making games? Because the community wanted this. If you want more modern looking, you have RuneScape 3. But more people are playing the old school version because they fucked up the new version. The new version looks like this. It loads. In general, it's easier. It's easier to make content. You can make content a lot easier for a game that looks more simple. Even though this game is deceptive in appearance. Looks simple. Very easy. I think this looks bad. I mean, it's like WoW Classic, right? It's the same kind of principle. WoW Classic and Old School are like the same thing. People want that nostalgia, the gameplay that they grew up and loved, but it's also easier to make content for those games. You like the new RuneScape? That's fair. I think now that this is open, I'm going to close off this for today. I'm pretty happy with what we did with 2A and 2B. They still need a little bit of touching up, but this is a good start to a new system that we're trying to make for this. And then we'll catch up on the rest of it tomorrow. 2D, 3A, 3B, 5. We know what we're doing now. We know the general flow of making this. So let's go do some RS. And if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for watching today's stream. I'm sorry that was a little bit slower or shorter than usual, but catch you tomorrow.